Okay, so today we discuss about the vCenter server. Okay,
Okay.
so this is our fourth module, vCenter server. So basically, let's suppose in your environment you have multiple ESXi servers, 50 to 100 ESXi servers, and your environment, and you have thousands of machines. So it's hard to manage all the ESXi hosts and the virtual machines because you have the number of the interfaces to manage them. So VMware designed a product that known as vSphere vCenter server. So with the help of the vCenter server, you can centrally manage your all ESXi hosts and their virtual machines. So it provides a single interface to manage the host and virtual machines. Okay. And failure to proper install, configure, and manage the vCenter server might result in reduced. Okay. Administrative efficiency or possible ESXi host of the virtual machines downtime. If your in case your vCenter goes down, so it reduces your administrative efficiency and virtual machines downtime. So in this module we have total 7 lessons. So one by one we discuss. So first lesson is overview of vCenter server, then vCenter server appliance, deploying, managing the role and permissions, how to backup and restore the appliance, and monitor the vCenter appliance. Okay. So let us start with overview of vCenter server. So in this lesson, we describe the architecture, communication model, components, and explain the platform service controller. So look at the diagram. You can manage the multiple ESXi hosts and their virtual machines using a single console. Okay. So vCenter server is a service that acts as a central administration point for the ESXi and their virtual machines connected on the network. And you can run on a Windows based or the Linux based appliance. Okay. And direct the actions of the virtual machines and the hosts. And read this declaration clearly. VMware has announced that 6.7 is the final release of vCenter server on the Windows. So basically in the 6.7 or in previous versions, you have two options. You can install your vCenter server on a Windows based machine or as a Linux appliance. But after the 6.7, you are not able to install your vCenter server on a Windows based machine. Okay. You have only single option for the vCenter server appliance. So in the next lesson we discuss the requirements and how you can configure your vCenter appliance or you can configure your Windows based vCenter server. So here is the architecture of your vCenter server. Okay. So you can manage your host and virtual machines. ESXi host vCenter server appliance. So you can set up your vCenter server appliance on your ESXi host. So your vCenter server appliance run on your ESXi host as a virtual machine. Okay. And the operating system of your appliance is the Photon OS. And you can configure your vCenter service and the platform service controller on a single appliance or on different appliance. So you have both options. Okay.
Okay.
After that, with the help of vSphere client, you can manage your environment. So there is some component of your vCenter server and your platform service controller. So vCenter server group of service including like vCenter server, web client, update manager, auto deploy, dump collector, and vSphere client. Okay, so to manage your vCenter, we have two interfaces. One is the web client and other one is the vSphere client. Both are the web-based interfaces. Okay, and you cannot distribute these functions across the multiple systems. Let's suppose you deploy the two vCenter servers, so you can not distribute those services on different vCenter servers. Each vCenter server holds those services. Okay. The other component is platform service controller. So monitoring the health and the status of the service and nodes across the vCenter server systems. So you can check the health and the status of your appliance and your services. The communication between your ESXi host and your vCenter server is done based on some services. Okay. So here this is your ESXi host. To access your ESXi host, we have a service is hostd. Okay, that service allow you to manage your ESXi host based on that web console. Okay, and another service is VPA. It's your VMware vCenter server agent. When you add your ESXi host in a vCenter server, this service automatically started and it start to communicate with your vCenter server. So your vCenter server has a service is VPXD. So D is a daemon and A is a agent. So you can say VPX service run on the service run on the vCenter server and VPXA client service run on the your ESXi host. So when you add your ESXi host in a vCenter server, your ESXi host start communicating with the vCenter server with the help of VPXA service. Okay. After that, you can access your vCenter interface with the help of web client or with the help of vSphere client. So you have two options to manage your environment based on the web. So this is the overview of your vCenter server. Now we discuss about the vCenter server appliance. So basically, a appliance or a virtual appliance is a pre-created virtual machine and pre-installed operating system. Okay. So in the vCenter appliance, we discussed the identity, the purpose of the vCenter server appliance, describe the vCenter server architecture, discuss about some APIs and high availability. How can you set up the high availability between your vCenter servers? So appliance is a pre-packaged Linux-based virtual machine that is optimized for running the vCenter server and associated service. And your vCenter server appliance reduces the deployment time of the vCenter and associated service. It provides a low-cost alternative to your Windows-based vCenter server installation. So basically, when you install your vCenter server, first of all, you need to make a machine, then install your operating system, then update that one, prepare, install the database, make the connections, after that install the services, then configure those services. So it's consumed lots of time. But if you are deploying the vCenter through appliance, you can, within some minutes, you can deploy your vCenter appliance. Okay. So it's reduce the time of installation of your vCenter server. So vCenter server appliance package contain the following software. First of all, VMware Photon OS, Platform Service Controller Group of Infrastructure Services, vCenter Service Group of Services, and PostgreSQL SQL database. Okay, so it contains the Photon OS, Platform Service Controller Services, vCenter Service Server Services, and PostgreSQL SQL for the database. And with help of this one, use the appliance use the embedded PostgreSQL SQL database, which can scale up the 2000 host and 35,000 registered VMs and 25,000 powered on virtual machines. So with a single vCenter server, you can manage the 2,000 ESXi host, 35,000 machines and 25,000 powered on machines at the same time. Okay, and during the deployment you can choose the size of your vSphere environment and the storage size according to your environment. Let's suppose in your environment you have the 5 to 10 ESXi host, so you can select the teeny. You have the ESXi host in the hundreds, you can size the like medium. You have in thousands, you can select the extra large like that. So when you deploy your vCenter server, you have the options to choose the size of your environment based on your ESXi host and based on your virtual machines and your future need. So we start with vSphere 6.5 vCenter server service. In the vCenter server appliance included. So first time appliance is introduced in 6.5. Before 6.5 we have only single option, deploy your vCenter server on a Windows based machine. Then there are some other options like vSphere Update Manager extension, vCenter server appliance support for high availability, and appliance and platform service controller support for file-based backup and restore. So in the appliance, you can take a file-based backup and restore. If you want to take image-based backup, then you need to use some third-party tools. So Magnesh, which tool you use for the backup?
Net backup and networker.
So it's a file-based backup or image-based backup?
No. For image-based backup, we don't have to install the agent.
Okay.
So we will be taking a snapshot.
Okay.
So it will be a snapshot image-based backup.
Okay.
So when you want to take a file-based backup, like no physical server,
yeah, right.
So you need to install the agent, net
Okay.
backup client agent.
Okay.
Or the
So otherwise it's take a image-based backup.
Image-based, yes.
Okay.
So we normally preferable is image-based.
Okay.
For VM, fast and quicker method is image-based backup.
Okay. So basically in your appliance, a backup is pre-installed. Basically a feature is pre-inbuilt in your vCenter appliance. So you can take and restore the backup, and the backup will be the file-based backup. It's not image-based backup. If you want to take image-based backup, then you need to use like VMnet. Okay.
So that is the backup of the about the vCenter server.
Yeah, vCenter server's configurations and the objects that you are managing through the vCenter server, including your database. Okay.
Okay.
And scalability. So there is some options like host per vCenter server you can manage in the Windows-based vCenter 2000, and the appliance base also you can manage the 2000 ESXi host. You can manage 25,000 powered on virtual machine in both vCenters, in Windows base and appliance. And you can manage the 64 hosts per cluster, 8,000 VMs per cluster. And in the Windows you can use the Oracle DB or SQL for full scalability, Microsoft SQL. And in the appliance you can use PostgreSQL. And both are available in enhanced link mode. Now, there are some services of your platform service controller. So you can say the platform service controller is a core of your vCenter server. Your vCenter server will not work without the platform service controller. So platform service controller provides the single sign-on services, licensing services you can manage, or your VMware products license through the platform service controller. You do not need to set up a license server. Platform service controller provides the license service. Lookup services like your DNS. You can set up the VMware certificate authority. You can manage your certificate store. And like your directory service, like Active Directory, you can create a directory service on the platform service controller. So when we set up our vCenter server, we need to create a virtual directory. So it's your VMware directory service. Okay. So VMware recommended that if your directory is like xyz.com, so when you are deploying your vCenter, use xyz.local or .lab as a VMware directory service. After that, you can integrate your Active Directory with vCenter appliance. Okay. Other features are installed under the vCenter server components. So you can install the vCenter service server and the platform service controller on the same or different machines. Okay. And when you install a platform service controller instance, you are prompted to create the vCenter single sign-on domain or join an existing domain. If you already have a single sign-on domain, so you can join your existing domain. Otherwise, you need to create a single sign-on domain. So this is about your single sign-on. So single sign-on enable the vSphere component to communicate each others through a security token. So you do not need to authenticate again and again. You just authenticate single time. After that, it is generate your single sign-on generated token. With that help of the token, you can issue your services. So user authenticate to the vCenter single sign-on by entering their credentials on the first login page. After that, single sign-on authenticate the user credential with configured identity source. It may be your VMware virtual directory services or your Active Directory. If it's successful, single sign-on return a token that represent the users to the vSphere client. And the vCenter single sign-on return the token to the vCenter server system and using the vCenter server authorization framework to allow the user access. Okay. So after authenticating on your vCenter server, you can like manage any host server, any virtual machines, or any other service. You do not need to authenticate many times on the different applications. Single sign-on domains and the multiple sites. So vCenter server single sign-on domains can be divided into the multiple sites for the high availability or for the multi-site environment. Deploy the platform service controller instance and all of which synchronize their configurations and their single sign-on domains. So if you have the multiple sites, try to deploy the multiple platform service controller. Each platform service controller instance and the vCenter instance can be associated with only one site, and cross vCenter single sign-on domain repointing allow a vCenter appliance instance to move the new vCenter single sign-on domain. And the vCenter server instance that exists in the separate vCenter single sign-on domain can be consolidated into one single sign-on domain. So there is scenarios when you are deploying your vCenter server. So there are some modes. One is the enhanced link mode. So allow you to log in any single instance of vCenter server appliance or the vCenter server and manage the inventory object of all the vCenter systems in a group. So up to the 15 vCenter server instance can be linked in one single sign-on domain. Okay. And embedded enhanced link mode support the 10 vCenter server instance. Embedded means your platform service controller and the vCenter service both are running on the same machine. So if you are using the embedded, it support up to the 10. Otherwise, it support the up to the 15 server instance in the linked mode. And link mode support the following deployment like vCenter embedded and vCenter external platform service controller. So in the embedded, your vCenter server instance and platform service controller instance be on a same machines, and in the external be on different machines. So when you deploy your vCenter server appliance, you have the options like you want to deploy in the embedded mode or you want to deploy in the external platform service controller instance. So if you select the embedded mode, then both services will be installed on the same machine. If you select the external, first deploy the platform service controller on a machine, then you deploy your vCenter server instance on the another machines, like that. Okay. Platform service controller is running on a separate machine. Server instance is running on another machine, and you can connect your multiple server instance with a single platform service controller. Embedded platform service controller, both will be on the same machines. External vCenter server linked to enhance embedded vCenter server. So if you deploy your vCenter server in embedded mode, after that you can install a you are installing another vCenter instance. You can link that instance with your embedded mode platform service controller. But there is a issue. If your platform service controller goes down, your both vCenter servers will be inaccessible, will not work properly. So we use the load balancer. So if you are handling a large environment, VMware recommend you to use the multiple platform service controller in load balancing manner. Okay. So you can use the third-party load balancer per site to configure the platform service controller high availability with automatic failover for this site. Okay. So deploy at least two platform service controller and place the load balancer between them. After that, link your vCenter servers with your platform service controller. I'm audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, there are some APIs, vCenter server APIs. So vSphere 6.x include a developer-friendly, automation-friendly, REST-based API and interface that simply automations and deployment. So with the help of some developing language, you can create the APIs, or you can use some predefined APIs to simplify your environment, to automate your environment. Okay. So it suppose the REST API for the VM management, simplify and modern the API designs, enable the easy access to automation from the standard toolings designed with automated and DevOps in mind, and full featured with SDK, CLI and workflow access. And the benefits are there. With the help of the API, you can automate your VMs, developments, and vCenter server appliance service health check benefits. Reduce the API development complexity and time. Access to the modern automations and developments process for consistency and repeatability. Simplify the API models and single point of access all the API samples. So you can design your APIs in Java, .NET, REST, Python, Perl, Ruby. Okay. So using those programming language, you can design your APIs and you can automate your environment. Let's suppose at the same time you need to create the 100 machines. Okay. 20 machines with Windows 10, 50 machines with Windows Server 2012, and 30 machines with Windows Server 2016 data center CLI interface. So it's taking time if you are going to create one by one. So with the help of API, you can create the machines and you can monitor the machines as quickly compared to the manual methods. Okay.
Okay.
High availability for the vCenter server appliance. So vCenter server high availability protect against the both hardware and software failures and ensure that your implementation can recover quickly. The protected node is called an active node and the associated node is a witness node. Okay, so you can configure the high availability between your vCenter server. So one instance will be active, one instance will be passive. Okay, when your active node goes fail, your passive node will automatically activate and start to provide the response to the clients. Okay. So if the active node fails, the passive node will take over the role of the active node, and the state of the active node is replicate to the passive node and capture in the PostgreSQL database and in the configuration file. So they are like synchronized with each others. Let's say you are performing some operations on your active node, so the same configuration will be replicate with your passive nodes, your configurations, your database. So third lesson is deploying the vCenter server appliance. So deploy the vCenter server appliance in an infrastructure, add the license key to the vCenter server, and configure the vCenter server settings. So before deploying a vCenter server appliance, you must complete the server tasks, like verify all vCenter server appliance system requirements are meets. For the first installation of the vCenter server appliance, platform service controller must be deployed before the vCenter server. So if you are doing your first installation, so first of all you need to deploy your platform service controller, then you can install your vCenter server. Okay. So if you deploying the vCenter server appliance with an embedded platform service controller instance, this operation occur automatically. If you select the embedded mode, so it's automatically first install the platform service controller, then install your vCenter server. But if you are installing in external mode, so you need to manually install the platform service controller first, then you need to install the vCenter service. Okay.
Okay.
So vCenter server appliance native GUI installer. So you have a command line interface or graphical interface to install your appliance. You can install the appliance from a Windows based computer, laptop, or Linux based or Mac based machines. Okay. So vCenter server installation, upgrade, and migrations and restore. So when you, with the help of your installer, you can install a new vCenter server, you can upgrade your existing, you can migrate, and you can restore your appliance backup through this interface. Deployment. So install is available for the Windows, Mac, and Linux, and vSphere Update Manager is included in your appliance. And the vCenter appliance and platform service controller installation is complete in two stages. First stage is deploying your OVM. Basically, it's deploy your VM inside your ESXi host. In the second stage, it is start the configuration. Okay, so deployment can be fully automated by using the JSON templates with the help of CLI on the Linux or Windows or macOS. So in the first stage, you need to select your license, then deployment type, connect with your ESXi host where you deploy your vCenter appliance, VM, define your vCenter appliance name and root passwords, select your deployment size, storage size, data store locations, define your network settings, and then storage, stage B, OVF is deployed on the ESXi host, disk and networking are configured. Then create your single sign-on domain and joining the customer experience improvement program. After that, it will, after some time, it will complete your installation. After that, you can access your vCenter server. So when you configure, you go these type of the interfaces to configure your networking. Okay. So let us start the installation. So in our lab, we do not have the installation of your vCenter server. So I'm going to perform this installation on my physical computer. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to start my, you'll be able to show my desktop?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I'm starting my ESXi machine, power on, and I'm going to start my DC domain controller. Let's make some records inside the. So first of all, add the DNS IP on your vCenter server. So what is IP of our domain? This is so is 200.0.1. Let's configure the DNS. Let's make some records in DNS. ESXi1-01 192.168.200.100. One is vCenter-01. I'm reserving an IP address for the vCenter is 101. Okay, I have reserved an IP 111 for the vCenter server. And I'm going to make a record in the DNS. Okay, and our domain name is mk.com. I'm audible?
Okay.
Okay. So make two records, one your ESXi01, one is your vCenter server. Okay. Now what I do, I'm going to attach an vCenter server ISO image with this server, our DC server, or you can use your personal computer as well. Okay.
Okay.
So CD connect, yes, failed. Okay, give me a minute. Setting. I'm attaching the CD connected. Use the ISO browse. So it's inside my ISO 6.7. So I have a appliance image, VCSA or 6.7 appliance. So it's attached on my computer. I'm going to open this one. Go to your VCSA UI installer. Select your computer. So this is my Windows based computer. Okay. So I'm going to select Win32, and here you have an installer. Is this installer? Open this one. So it'll take few seconds to load. Okay. Check your ESXi connectivity. It's accessible. Okay. So here we have options like install, upgrade, migrate, or restore. So I'm going to install. So look, there is two stage installation. Stage first. So deploying your appliance. So if we look on our ESXi host, I think there is no machine. There is no virtual machine. Okay. When we start the deployment, it's automatically create a machine. Basically, it's export the machines from your vCenter installer. So next, accept the license. Next, select your deployment type. You want to install your platform service controller and the vCenter server on the same machine or on two separate machines. So you can choose anyone. So I'm going to select embedded mode. Next. Now, appliance deployment target. Where you deploy your appliance, so you need to provide a ESXi machine's name and their credentials where you want to deploy your appliance. So I'm going to provide our ESXi i-01.mta.com, port number 443, user root, password, and it will be validate that. Okay, accept. Okay, you can maintain your machine name, like I want to provide the vCenter 01. Then set the root user password. Okay, next. So this is your appliance password. Then here's your deployment site. Like in Tiny, your appliance use 2 virtual CPUs, 10 GB of memory, 300 GB of storage, and you can manage 10 ESXi hosts and 100 virtual machines. Similarly, if you are in the small, medium, and large, so extra large use the 24 virtual CPUs, 40 GB, 48 GB RAM, and 1180 GB of storage, and you can manage the 2000 ESXi host and 35,000 virtual machines. So I'm going to select the Tiny, and the storage size is the default. Okay. Next. Set saying not enough memory on your ESXi 01 MTA. Okay. So on our ESXi host, we have only 8 GB memory and we need 10 GB. Okay, so I'm going to extend the memory. So let's power off that machine. I'm going to assign 16 GB.
But on the student lab, I don't think we can get access to this.
Sorry?
I said on the lab, we on the VMware site, we
Yeah.
can't get access to the ESXi virtual machine to create the vCenter and those kind of stuff. I don't think so.
No. Basically, on that on-demand lab, it's all things are pre-created. You cannot create there. Okay.
Okay.
Basically, all ESXi has only 8 GB memory. The vCenter at least require the 12 GB. Okay. Okay. It is started. Let's verify. Okay, there is no machine. Let the next again. So we're getting the error here. So I'm just back. It's validating the configurations, your vCenter server settings, tiny. Okay. And here we required at least 300 GB of storage, but we have only 190. So I'm going to provide the thin disk mode. Okay. We allow the thin provisioning for that machine. Okay. Next, for the networking settings, which network you want to connect? So we have only VM network. Okay. IP4 address is static. What is the FQDN? So the FQDN is vCenter dot -01.mta.com. Let's check it's valid or not. So let's try to ping. Okay, so it's resolving the IP. Good. IP address is resolved 192.168.200.11.111. Mask is 255.255.0. Default gateway is 192.168.200.2. DNS server is 201. Okay, and these are the common ports 80 and 443. Next. So here is your configuration overview. Okay, finish. So it will take few minutes to deploy your appliance. If you look on our ESXi host, you can able, you have a single virtual machine. Their name is the vCenter one. So when we start the deployment for your vCenter server appliance, it will start to exporting your machine on your ESXi one. Okay. So in the first stage, it's deploy your appliance. In the second stage, it's configure your appliance for the vCenter service and platform service controller. Okay. So it takes few minutes to complete this installation. Okay. So let's take a short break, then we will continue. Okay.
Okay.
After 10 minutes, we will continue and that installation will be completed. Okay.
Okay. No problem. Yep.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, Naveen.
Yeah. So your first stage has been completed. So start second stage, you can click on continue or you can log in on this interface. So you can write
No,
or
we
you
can
can.
see only 92%. No, that the console I can see is
Oh,
the
okay.
92% console.
It's on 92%.
Yeah, I think looks like your screen is hung or something.
One second. Now,
Yeah,
Okay.
now, yeah, successfully deployed vCenter. Yeah.
okay. So you can continue or you can use this link. So basically, this URL for your appliance management console. Okay. So I'm click on continue. So it start your second stage. First stage is deployment. Second stage is configuration. Now in the
So
second,
normally this vCenter,
yeah,
so which means vCenter will not be a physical server. We will not be installing on any physical server. Is
yeah.
it?
Now those time in the past, like before 6.5, you have a single options. You need to install the vCenter on a physical computer. That computer will be a
Okay.
Windows-based machine. But after the 6.5, Microsoft, sorry, VMware introduced the vCenter appliance, and after the 6.7, your Windows-based vCenter will be obsolete. Okay, so the 6.7 is the last version for your Windows-based vCenter. Okay,
In
after the 6.
future, we
Yeah,
will get OVF, the file. That's
yeah,
it. So that we have to deploy that one on the virtual machine.
virtual machine.
So we can't install it on the physical machine.
Yeah, right. So here is our second stage. Set up your vCenter server appliance. So next. So retrieving your current settings. So time synchronization mode, synchronize the time with the ESXi host. Okay, SSH is disabled. I want to enable the SSH. You can put it, you can leave it disabled. It's not compulsory to enable this one. Okay, you can later enable this service. Now, create a new single sign-on domain. If you already have a single sign-on domain, you already have a platform service controller, then you can join an existing single sign-on. But at this time, we need to create. So my domain is like MTA. So I'm going to use MTA local. My domain name is mta.com. So I'm going to provide the MTA local. Okay. And single sign-on user is administrator. A single sign-on password for your administrator. Create a password. Next. Okay. I'm not joining the improvement program. Next. So there's your all configuration parameters. Finish. Okay. So again, it will take 10 to 15 minutes to complete this installation. Okay.
Okay.
After that, you can able to access your vCenter. Now let's go to our course material. You can manage your license through through your vCenter. So we have the labs to manage the license. So in the lab we discuss how can you assign the license, how can you add the license. Okay, with your products, VMware products. You can configure your vCenter server settings like database, maximum database connections, timeout seconds, user directory timeouts, all those parameters. So we already discussed how to install the vCenter. Now managing the vCenter server inventory. So basically, vCenter server is used to manage your objects like your virtual machines, your ESXi hosts, your networks, your storage. Okay. So you need to maintain or manage your inventory in your vCenter server. So in this chapter, we discuss how can you manage your vCenter server inventory. Okay. How to create and organize the inventory objects, how to add the data centers, organizational objects, add the ESXi host, and discuss how to create the custom inventory tags for the vCenters.
I thought the XSI can also manage the host and what do you call the object.
Yeah, basically, ESXi server can manage only their own objects, not for other ones. Let's suppose you have two ESXi hosts, so you cannot manage the ESXi2's virtual machines and objects from the ESXi one. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So vCenter server is allow you to manage the multiple ESXi's and their objects on a single interface. Okay. So in our environment, we have two ESXi servers. So we add both ESXi servers on the vCenter server and manage their virtual machines, network, and storage. Okay.
Yeah.
And to access your vCenter server, the URL is like that. Protocol must be HTTPS. Then you can use your vCenter server IP address, but IP is not recommended, so you need to use your vCenter server FQDN. So in our case, our vCenter FQDN is vcenter.mta.com. Okay, this is the URL to access your vCenter server. Okay, after that you get a screen, and on that screen you have two interfaces. One is the web client, vSphere web client. One is the vSphere client. So vSphere web client is a classical method, but you can manage the more objects, and web client has the more settings. Okay. And to use the vSphere web client, you need the Flash player. Other one is the vSphere client. So you can simply, without any Flash player, you can use your vSphere client. Okay.
Okay.
Then after you need to log in, you got a login screen. So you need to provide your single sign-on username. So in our case, the single sign-on username is administrator at mta.local, not .com, it's .local, because we create a single sign-on domain which mta.local. So similarly, in your lab, the administrative account is administrator at vSphere.local, and the password is VM capital, then where one exclamation mark. After logging, you can manage your objects like you have the home options. In the home options, you can select your host and clusters to manage your ESXi host and clusters. To manage your VMs and template, you can select the VM and template. To manage the storage, you can select the storage. Okay. To perform some administrative activities, you can select the administrator. Then you can manage your inventory objects from here also. Like first icon is host and clusters, second icon is for VM and templates, the third icon is for the data stores, and fourth icon is for the network. And on the right side, when you select any objects, on the right side you can be able to check the summary, monitor, configure, permissions, and other attributes of that object. So in your vCenter, that first one is your host and cluster inventory view. So when you select this one, you'll be able to check your clusters and your ESXi host, and you'll also be able to check the virtual machines in your environment. The second one is for the VMware template inventory view. So in this you can check how many machines in your environment, how many templates in your environment. The next one is for the storage. Like you can check your data storage. So it's your storage view. And the last one is your network inventory view. So like that we have 4 views: host and cluster inventory view, virtual machine VMware template inventory view, storage inventory view, and network inventory view. You can view your object informations by using the summary. You can use the filters to like minimize your results. You can use the drag and drop options to move any object from one location to another location. Let's suppose you want to move a virtual machine from one ESXi host to another ESXi host. You can use the drag and drop option. You want to move any object from one folder to another folder, you can use the drag and drop option. This is your web console, vSphere web console. So vSphere web console is look like that. vSphere client is look like that. Look like that. So this is your vSphere client, and this is your vSphere web client. This one is your vSphere web client. So there is different panels, so you can minimize, maximize, pin, unpin those panels, and you can reset your layout by click on your username and set the layout settings. Then, so first object in your vCenter is your data center. So virtual data center is a logical organization of all the inventory objects required to complete a fully functional environment for operating the virtual machine. So you can create the multiple data centers to organize the set of environments. And each data center has its own host, virtual machines, template, data store, and networks. So with a single vCenter server, you can create the multiple data centers and you can manage the multiple data centers object. Inside the data center, you can create like folders. You can say like organization folders to organize your objects. You have some database, some local database, some remote database, you have some sales virtual machines, some IT virtual machines, you have some Intel based hosts, you have some AMD based hosts. So you can create the folders to manage your objects. So we have host and cluster folders to manage, to organize your host. ESXi host and cluster. You have the virtual machine and template folder to organize your virtual machine and template. You have the network folder, sorry, storage folder to manage your, to organize your storage. So we will create those folders later in our lab. After that, you can add the data center organization object. So simply by right click on your data center and select a new folder to create a folder. And here you can check the options. You can create a new host and cluster folder, new network folder, new storage folder, new VM and template folder. And these folders will be visible in prospective inventory view. Let's suppose you create a host and cluster folder. So it will be visible in the host and cluster inventory view. If you create a storage folder, it will be visible in your storage inventory view. You also create the subfolders. Then you can add your ESXi host to the vCenter. So basically, we add our ESXi host inside the data center. We cannot add your ESXi host directly on the vCenter server. You need to create a first of all data center, then you add your ESXi host in the data center. You can configure the lockdown mode. So to increase the security of your ESXi host, you can put your host into the lockdown modes. So two lockdown modes are available. One is the normal, one is the strict. When you enable the normal lockdown mode, only VPX users has authentication permissions, and also user cannot perform the operations against the host directly, and only the root user can log in into the DCUI when you select the normal mode. Okay. When you select the strict lockdown mode, DCUI service also stopped. This interface will also be stopped. You cannot access, you cannot manage your ESXi host using this interface if you select the restrict lockdown mode. So if the connection of the vCenter server is lost, the vSphere client is no longer available, the ESXi host cannot be managed remotely. So in this situation, the host can be accessed only by the VMware vSphere ESXi cell or SSH cell are enabled, and authorized service account are added to exception user list. So if you select the strict lockdown mode, a root user also cannot be able to access your DCI mode. Okay. Then you create some custom tags for your inventory objects to filter out your objects. Let's suppose you have some sales machines, so you can assign some custom tag on those machines. Okay.
Okay.
So simply select your object, then at the bottom you have option tag and custom attribute. So you can assign a tag. So this is our second lab, configure and use your vCenter appliance. So in this lab we access our vCenter appliance and configure the license, configure the single sign-on and create the data center object, add your ESXi host to your inventory, configure the ESXi host as an NTP client, create a host and cluster folder, create the virtual machine and template folder, and navigate the vSphere client. Okay. So let's start this lab. So I'm going to log in on my lab. So first of all, I'm going to complete this lab. After that, you need to perform this lab. Okay.
In my case, Naveen, will I be able to do the second lab without finishing the first lab? No, right? I have to finish the first one.
You can do.
Okay. No, anyway, better I'll do
Yeah,
the first one.
basically in the first lab we just simply create a virtual machine, and we will not use that machine in the in future. And basically we install the VMware tool on the Windows 10 machine. Okay. So later you can install that tool, but it's compulsory. You need to install that tool, but you can install the later. Okay.
Okay.
So you can also start from the lab too.
Okay.
But the next labs are dependent on their previous labs. Okay.
No. Tonight I'll finish both the labs.
Okay.
Tonight, whatever time I will finish.
Yeah. Today with our class, you finish your lab second. After the class, you can finish your lab 1. Okay.
Yeah.
So in our first lab, we access your vCenter server appliance and configure the license. So you have two options to access your vCenter. One is your vSphere web client, one is your vSphere client. So let's look which interface it uses. So according to the lab, it's going to use the vSphere client interface. Okay. So we'll use the vSphere client interface to access your vCenter. Then we configure the license. So license files are there. Okay. Click here for the license. I'm going to open this link in new tab. So here's my license. So this license will be expire on 30th June. You have VCS6 standard C VMware vCenter 6 standard license for 2 instance. So you can use this license for 2 vCenter servers. You have the VMware vSphere 6 Enterprise Plus license for your ESXi host, and you can use 10 processors on each host, maximum 10 processors for each host, and you have two keys for your vCenter servers. So we use those license. Okay.
Okay.
So here I have login on my desktop computer. Open your browser and go to the site A and select vSphere Web Client VCSA01. So if you look inside the URL is like that: https savcsa1. Is the fully qualified domain name of your vCenter server. Okay. And the UI used for the vSphere client. And we are getting an error: 503 services unavailable because your vCenter server is not started properly. It's starting, it's not started properly. Okay. So if you want to monitor your services, you can use this interface. The FQDN of your vCenter server, after that 5480 is the port number for your VMware vCenter Appliance Management Console. Okay. So here you need to enter your username. So username is root and password is VM. So when you set up your vCenter server, in the first stage you need to provide the password for ESXi host where you want to deploy your machine, and the second for your vCenter, password of root user for your vCenter. So that is the account, which account you need to use here. Okay. Now look here, the status is unknown. And if you look inside the services, some services are starting. Look there, some stopped, some started, some are startings. Like this service is starting. vCenter service. So it's not started yet. So it's starting after this service has been started. Then you can be able to access your this interface. Sometime it will take 5 to 10 or more times. 5 to 10 minutes or more than 10 minutes. Okay. The appliance will be boot within a minute. But properly start all every services that are responsible for your vCenter server and platform service controller take 10 or more than 10 minutes. So it's saying it's running, but what about the services? This service is still starting. vSphere client, driver manager. So we need to wait for a few minutes. I'm just opening the URL. Okay, I'm not. So look there, when you put the FQDN on your browser, you got two interfaces. One is launch vSphere client and loads vSphere web client. So if you use the vSphere client, it uses only HTML5. But if you use the vSphere web client, it needs the Flex player. Okay. So for this lab, we are going to use the vSphere client. So it is still starting.
But I thought it's the same website that you have opened in the other tab.
Sorry?
It's the same thing. Oh, I've seen that you have opened 2 tabs, and I'm saying that it's the same thing from the what do you call it, the Mozilla page. I saw you have opened 2 of VMware vCenter.
Okay. It's accessible on your
And
lab?
I'm asking the same, because one you put 5480, then you press enter, and this one you press you use all local, then you press enter. And I want to know whether it's the same thing or it's 2 different things altogether.
Yeah, basically we have 2 interfaces. One interface to manage your vCenter, and one interface is to manage your appliance. So when I use 5480 in the URL, so it's a port that you redirect you to the management console. Okay. We have appliance. We have the appliance. So how can you manage that appliance? Like you want to change in the networking, you want to take a backup, you want to change the times. Okay. So need a interface for that machine. So that appliance interface is for manage your appliance. And the vSphere client and vSphere web client is used to manage your vCenter inventory objects. Okay. Like ESXi host servers, virtual machines, and your virtual infrastructure object like networking and storage. And the appliance vCenter appliance interface is used to like manage your vCenter virtual machine.
Okay.
Okay. I think now it's installizing. Yeah, it is starting. Let us access server ESXi1 and ESXi2. So on our vCenter server, on our ESXi1 we have 4 machines. What about the license? We have vSphere Enterprise 6 Plus license. Okay. This license will also expire on June 29. Okay. On the ESXi2, oh, your evolution license has been expired. So on the ESXi2, we do not have any license. Our license has been expired. So we need the license on the ESXi2. So we will assign the license after adding on your vCenter server. Okay. So this is your login interface on your vSphere client, and your username is administrator. Yes. At VSP vSphere.local and your password is VMware 1 escalation. Okay. So the vCenter server system with expired or expiring the license in your inventory. Your vCenter server license also has been expired. Okay. So this is the interface for your vCenter server. Okay. So according to our lab, we add the license. So log in your vCenter server, go to select home, go to administrator, administration. Here we have an option to manage your license. Licenses. Here, so there is no license, so we add some license here. So add a new license. So paste your license keys are here. So let's copy from one second. Okay. So this is your vCenter server license key. Copy, paste here, add license, paste here. So we cannot paste here directly. So use that send text. Send. Okay. Next. Provide the license name. So it's vCenter server license. So vCenter server license. Next. Finish. Similarly, we add other license for your ESXi host. Copy your license keys. So these are the license key. Paste here. Okay. Name for this next. License name is vSphere 6 Enterprise Plus license number 1. number 2. Okay. You can also put in the bracket like ESXi. 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 Okay. Then next, finish. Now you add your license. Now we need to assign this license with your products. So we go to the assets. Here we have only a single asset is your vCenter 1 instance, and the license has been expired. So we select this one and click on the assign license and choose the license from your list. So we select that vCenter server license. Okay. Now look there. The license specs will be expired on 29th June. Okay. So like that you can assign the license on your vCenter product. If you have some ESXi, you can also assign the licenses those ESXi hosts. Now we configure the single sign-on. Okay. So like we configure some policies, we review some policies and the password policies. So similarly, go to your administrator, administration. Inside the administration, we select the single sign-on. In the single sign-on, and select the configuration. And here, we have some options like maximum lifetime. The password must be changed in every 0 days. Means it will never expire. Okay. So you can set those policies. Maximum length for your password, minimum length, characters required in your password. Similarly, lockout policies and token policies. Okay. Now we add a data center in our vCenter server. So home, I'm going to select host and cluster. Here, I write, look there, we assign a license, but it is still showing that your expired the vCenter server license. So you try to refresh. It is still showing, so you can reset to the green because you have already resolved that issue. Okay, so you can click on the reset to green. Now we add a data center. So right click on your vCenter node and new data center. Here type your data center name. So according to the lab, you can use your data center name is as a data center. Okay. Say data center. Okay. Now you have a data center, but you do not have any objects like the host and VMs. So in the next task, we add our ESXi hosts. Add your ESXi host to your vCenter server inventory. So right click on your data center and click on add host. Select the add host. And here provide the IP or FQDN of your ESXi host. So our first ESXi host is SA. You can check here in the lab one. SA ESXi -01.vSphere vclass local vclass.local. And your location will be inside the asset data center. Next. Connection settings. So you need to provide the username and password of your ESXi host. So username is root and the password is VMware. So here's the location of your ESXi, here's the details of your ESXi host, and there is the list of your virtual machines on your ESXi one. Next, assign the license. So I want to assign a new license, so I'm going to select this first license. Okay. Next. Then lockdown mode, so I'm just leaving on disable. If you use the normal, the host is accessible only through the local console or the vCenter server. If you restrict, the host is accessible only through the vCenter server. Direct console user interface services is stopped, so you cannot access your ESXi hosts through the VMware ESXi console DCUI. You only be accessed through the ESXi shell or SSH. So I'm just not allowing this one. Next, VM locations. So where you want to store your VMs. So I want to list in the as a data center. Next, ready to complete. Finish. So it's adding a standalone host in the data center. So by expanding this, you can check the machines inside this ESXi host. And by click on this ESXi in the VMN templates, you can check all the VMs in your data center. Okay. Now we add our second ESXi host. Okay. Right click, add host, SA ESXi-02 dot vclass dot local. Enter. What? SA ESXi-02 dot vclass dot local. Next, username is root, password, yes. Next, assign the second license for this VM. Next, finish. Okay. So like that, you can add your both ESXi hosts in your vCenter server inventory object. This is showing a warning. What about that warning? ESXi file is enabled, SSH is enabled, no data store has been configured. Okay. Okay. You can check your configurations on ESXi host, like on your ESXi 1. This is your product hypervisor ESXi 6.7. VMware virtual platform, your processor type, your number of logical processors, NICs, virtual machines, state, uptime, utilization, and the other options. Okay. And here is the, like, you can monitor from this tab, you can make the change in the configuration tab, you can assign the permissions, you can check the VMs inside this object. You can check the resource pools, data stores, networks, and you can update from here. Okay. So this is our third task. Now, the fourth task is configure the ESXi host as the NTP clients. So first of all, complete these three tasks. Then we'll continue task 4. Okay, Benjamin Manges, complete these three tasks. Hello. Audible?
Yeah, sure.
So complete those your 3 tasks. Then we will start our 4 tasks to configure the NTP services and other configurations. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So you have 20 minutes. 20 minutes is sufficient?
Configure right now.
Let's keep it 30 minutes.
30? Okay.
Yeah.
We should configure right now.
We'll try to. We'll do it.
Benjamin, you want to say something?
I was
Hello?
saying we should configure it right now.
Yeah, you need to configure right now.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe he said after. Okay.
Okay.
Now, okay, no
So 30 minutes is sufficient for those 3 tasks?
okay, no problem.
Okay. So your timer start now. Start your lab.
Oh.
Okay. So I will be back in 30 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So if you are facing an issue, you can communicate with each other. Okay. So Mangesh, I am assigning you the presentator privilege. Okay.
Okay. Benjamin, are you able to connect?
I'm now connecting because it says starting lab. This may take a few minutes, so I'm still waiting.
I'm getting that error 503 service unavailable.
Service not available? No. For me, when I click, it tells me starting lab, and this may take a few minutes. So like I should wait. But service are not available. No. Have you gone to your page and click on the lab demand?
Yeah.
Okay. When you click on the lab demand, it needs to open the page, whereby maybe there will be some pop-up. You need to allow the pop-up as usual.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. I'm on the lab. On the lab,
Okay.
when you go to your student desktop,
Okay.
and when you open the Firefox.
Okay.
So did you go to that page? Are you on that page?
No, that one. No. That one I've not got to that page because I'm still waiting for the page to open.
Oh, the lab to connect. You are still trying to connect to the lab, is it?
Yeah. I'm still trying to connect to the lab. Yeah. Okay. But if it tells you that it's not available, maybe you need to change. You don't know when you change to maybe to the number 5480 or in .local to check and see whether it can.
Okay, which one I'm not getting?
Well, your desktop. That's the desktop of the desktop of the student. Okay. Well, when you reach, okay, you can open. What's the name of that? What's the name? Ecstasy ESXi. That center. When you open, you need to change. You need to change the link, because he uses 5480 as the link. That's the port number to open the link.
Okay, I think I missed that one. Let's.
Oh, my one is taking a lot of time. Okay, finally.
Let me share. Just see if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Your voice is very low, Ben.
No, I can't see your screen.
Yeah. You can't see? Let me share.
No, I can't see your screen. Okay, no.
Okay. Now you can see, right? So here,
okay.
So I'm on student desktop. When I click, here what we need to change?
Yeah, here he's changed to 54 port 5480. If I'm not mistaken, you cancel. When you open the link .local, okay, then you open the other one, then you use 5480. The
second one,
two
is it?
sides.
Second one.
The second one. Yeah, the second one.
Hello, everything is good?
Naveen, no, I'm not able to open the link. So
Actually,
what
it's starting. It's starting. It take few minutes to install all the services. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
You need to wait for few minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
Do one thing. Install the tool on Windows 10 machine. VMware tool.
On the student desktop.
Yeah. Open new tab. Open new tab. I'm telling the task steps. Open a new tab.
Okay.
Go to site A. vSphere site A. Select host client ESXi1. Yeah. Login. Username is root. Password is capital VM. Small where 1 exclamation. And power on Windows 10 machine.
Okay. Host virtual machines.
Benjamin?
Oh, it's there.
Benjamin,
Yeah.
you are getting same issue?
Yeah, for me, I just opened the lab. I just opened the lab because I was not connected to the lab.
Okay.
So I'm now trying to open.
Yeah. Access your vCenter and perform those tasks. Then we'll do our next tasks.
Yeah, just the lab just opened. So now you need to access the lab.
Save your screen. Benjamin, save your screen.
Oh, okay. Okay. Wait a minute. Where is that? Up.
Hello.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now you have the permissions. Save your screen. Okay. Go to your lab. Yeah. Okay. Open your browser. You are on the desktop. Open your Firefox. Now click on that cross icon on the full screen icon.
Okay.
Yeah, this one. Maximize. Go to site A. Web client. So vSphere client. First one.
The first one, brother?
Yeah, first one. You completed your first lab? Lab 1?
Yeah, yesterday I installed the tool.
Okay, good. Refresh it again. Okay. It's take few minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Try it later after a few seconds or few minutes. Okay. After that, perform that lab. Okay. Lab 2.
Okay. Yesterday I installed the lab, but I can't find it here. I installed the tools.
So if you want to, you have installed or not installed, go to your Firefox. Open your host A.
This.
Host, yeah, host one.
Host one. Oh, yeah, host one.
Log in, power on your virtual machines, and you can check there. Yeah, power on 10 one. Right click on the machine. Right click on Windows 10.
Okay.
Windows 10 one.
Okay.
Not here. On the list of inventory object. List of inventory objects. Here, right click. Like on guest OS. So it is still when it's powered on, completely powered on, you can check that the install the VMware tool is option is visible or not. It's visible, then you have not installed. If it's not visible, now check it again. Right click, guest OS. So it's not visible.
Yeah.
Install the VMware tool. It means you have installed. Okay.
It is not installed.
No. Click on the guest OS. Right click on guest OS. So look that at the second last option, install VMware tool. It's grayscale. Means you have installed. Okay.
It means I have installed it.
Yeah, you have installed it.
Oh, okay.
If it's visible, it's mean you have not installed. So you need to install that one. Okay. So you have installed.
Yesterday.
Okay. And check your vCenter is started or not.
I think maybe I open double. Block. Initialize it.
Initialize. So it's take few few moments. Okay.
Okay. What is administrator? Oh, wait. Right, it has changed my settings. English. Let me check. Yes, that's. I think I'll use at vCenter dot local. Please, the name of the local I can use at local
Naveen, this VMware tool, installing VMware tool, I can't go to that Windows system.
You said what?
When I'm pressing, see, I went to the Windows Start menu. From after that, I'm not able to go to the Windows system option.
Yeah, well, because you need to use the keyboard to select to open.
Yeah, I'm there.
Use the
No,
tab to select.
yeah, it's not showing that option at all. Enter.
When you use the tab, maybe to select the what do you call it, the recycle icon. When it opens, then you go and select my PC with the
Yeah,
you find it.
and then the home will come, right? Home
Yeah.
screen will come. Let me show you that. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, I think I'm seeing your screen. Is it your screen?
Yeah, that's my screen. This is my screen.
Okay.
Invalid credentials. Oh my gosh. Damage. Okay. Open the file from okay. Okay. Administrator at okay. Yes. Admin is here dot local. Local. Where can I get the lances? That's what I'm. The lances. Lances on the. I click here for lances. Yes, and this. Close. Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
Benjamin, paste all these three keys here. Yeah.
Centers.
Okay, next.
Naveen,
Yeah.
I'm not able to go to this tab at all. That what is it?
Oh, 1 minute. Yeah. Assign the names of the keys according to your first key for the vCenter and second and third for the ESXi host. So assign the names. Yeah, Mangesh, say your screen.
Okay. See,
Okay. So go
here
to,
I am doing
okay.
double tap and then enter. I'm getting this one. After
No.
that, it's not
First,
going anywhere.
okay. First of all, just press any key, any like drop down key, down arrow key on your screen.
1 minute.
Okay.
Okay, double tap,
Arrow.
enter,
No.
and
Type this PC.
it's not coming. I can't go there.
Yeah. You have selected the recycle bin. Press the enter.
Yeah, it's not opening anything.
Yeah, it's open your.
How come it is?
Okay. Now
Okay.
use the scroll down arrow key. Sorry, not scroll down. Up down keys. So first of all, press your tab key to select quick access. Again, yeah. Now it's gone. Again, press tab key.
Yeah.
Again, one again. Yeah. Now use the drop down arrow key. Now go inside CD. Okay. Press enter.
I can't see that. Where is that screen? I don't know why I'm not able to see that.
Yeah. Zoom in your browser inside the VM. Inside the VM. Sorry, inside your desktop.
Yeah.
Inside your desktop. Yeah. Zoom this browser.
This one?
No.
It is full screen.
Yeah, it's full screen.
Okay.
On your desktop, you open the Firefox.
Oh. Give me a sec. Okay. This is my Firefox.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now. Nice.
Okay.
Not from here. Look at
where?
there is three lines on your browser at the right side. First of all, maximize your screen. Yeah.
Yeah. Once I maximize.
Now look
I'm
at
here.
the three lines on the right side, on the top. Below the cross button, not here, or inside your desktop environment, or inside your desktop machine. Yeah, a little bit down. Yeah, look at the yeah, on those threes. Okay.
Oh.
Now click.
Okay.
Press the
Click
tab button.
OK, enter.
Yeah. First of all, press the tab button to select your DVD drive. It's gone. Press the tab. Yeah, enter.
One sec. It's very slow. So now it's in recycle bin. Now where is it?
Press the tab.
Okay.
Again, one time again. Now it's like, look at the DVD drive. It's blue selected. Press enter.
Okay.
Now press the tab button.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come
Now
down.
down arrow to run the 64. Setup 64.
Yeah.
Yeah. Enter. Next. Enter. Press the tab key to select the next. Enter. Install. Okay. Now enter to restart. Okay. Go to your first tab. vSphere web client.
This one.
Not first
Yeah.
one. Yeah. And select the site vSphere site A from the bookmark. No. Do not log in on this one. Select the vSphere client, not web client. Select the vSphere client. So vCenter take few minutes to start. Okay. Now log in here.
I think it started.
Now it is started. Now log in. Not username. Use the single sign-on username. So administrator@vsphere.local. @ vSphere PHERE VSH VSPHERE
vSphere.
dot local. Yeah.
Okay.
And the password is capital VM where 1 exclamation mark. Now first of all we assign the license. Okay. So open your lab manual. Scroll down. Yeah. Click on here. Click here. No, in the previous page. Click here for the license. Okay. Copy that license key. Not only license key. Okay. Now go to menu button on top.
Copy paste here, right? We need to go to the other one.
Yeah, administrator. Go to administrator. Scroll down. Scroll down. Select administration.
Yeah.
On the left side, select license. And here type your key. So on the top, select send text on the top. On the top, yeah, send text. Paste here. Send. Copy another key. copy both of them. Send. Okay. Close. Look at the first line. It's copy. No. Look at the first line. It's copy the both license key in the same line. So check. Yeah. Enter here.
Is it there?
Yeah. It's there. Okay. Next. So first license LO is for vCenter. So type the name here, vCenter.
Caps are small. Anything is okay.
Doesn't matter. The ER.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
The second one for ESXi. So I'm assuming that this for ESXi one. ESXi one -1. Third one, scroll down. Not scroll down. Third one for ESXi 2. Next. Yes. Now we added 3 license key in our license server. Now we assign the license. So select the assets. Scroll down a little bit. Just minimize the lab manual. Minimize the lab manual. Click on the lab manual.
Yeah.
Scroll up. More. Okay. So your vCenter is selected. Okay. Scroll up.
Okay.
Scroll up. Click on assign license. Yeah, this one. Select second license. Click on OK. So there is no okay. Zoom out. Not from top. From this middle button. Yeah, from here. A little bit more. Okay. Click on OK button. Okay. So like that, you can assign the license. Click on menu button on the vCenter. Select host and clusters. Now you need to create a data center. So right click on SAVSA01 on the left inventory option. Yeah, right. Right click, new data center. Your data center name is SA-data center. So add the SA before this one. SA-data center, capital D, data center. Center. The center will be the small. C is small.
CENTER or TRE?
TR. Okay. Now we add our ESXi here. So right click, add host. Right click on the data center, add host. So first data center is SA ESXi-01 SA hyphen. I try to use the small letters.
Okay.
SA hyphen ESXi-01 dot vclass dot local.
Week.
V for like when.
Okay. V
Class dot local.
Okay.
Next. Username is root and password is VMware 1 escalation. Next. Assign the license. So first select the ESXi one. ESXi one. Next. Next. No, next. Next. Finish. Similarly, we add the second ESXi host. So right click, add host. SA-ESXi-02 dot vclass dot local. You put the misspeller in the class. CLA. Yeah. Next.
Sorry. Yeah. Username is root, and we
Accept. Yes. Yes. A certificate issue next. Assign the license. ESXi2 license. Next. Finish. Okay. So look at the recent task at the bottom. Yeah. So both standalone host has been completed. Okay.
Yeah.
Click on the data center.
Why I can't go to that side? Why we can't go? Oh, we have to move. Oh, okay. This is very
Expand
small.
your data center.
Let me make it full screen. I don't know where I can. Okay. Which one? I need to expand the data center.
Yeah. So both ESXi hosts are there. Okay. We have some warnings on our ESXi host, so we will resolve it later. Okay.
What is this SA.VSCA dot?
It's your vCenter server.
Okay.
It's a vCenter server instance. Okay.
Okay.
Inside that we create a data center. Inside that data center we add two ESXi hosts.
Why we create a data center? What is that data center?
Yeah, basically in your vCenter server, to manage the objects, you can manage the multiple data centers. So data center is a logical entity that represents your resource. Okay, like your machines, your networks. Okay, and each data center have their separate host, their separate virtual machines, network, storage. So using a single vCenter server, you can manage the multiple data center. Let's suppose you have a data center one in India, one in Australia, one in Switzerland, like that. Okay.
Okay.
Click on VM and templates inventory view on the top. Not here on a little bit on the left side. on the left panel. Yeah, a little bit up. Yeah, this is your host and cluster. The next one is the inventory for VMware template. The next one for the storage, and the last one for the network. Okay. So here, expand your data center. So there is your 3 machines. Okay. So I have not created that empty Windows 10 empty machine, so it's not showing here. Okay. Look that red error on the middle panel. The expired license, vCenter license, but we add a new license. It is still showing your license has been expired. So we resolve that issue. So you can reset to green. Click on the reset to green. Okay. If you resolve an issue and it is still showing, then you can reset to green. Okay.
Okay.
And Benjamin, you have done your labs?
Yeah, I have done it. I have done everything, but just that the what do you call it? The ESXi 2 is showing some question mark. So I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, it's some warnings because your ESXi 2 does not have any data stores, and the SSH and the ESXi files are enabled. So why it's showing those warnings? Okay.
Okay. Then everything is okay.
You assign the license?
Yeah, I signed the license. Yeah.
For ESXi?
Yeah, ESXi. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm saying my screens. Let's start our next lab.
Okay.
So our fourth task is configure the ESXi host as the NTP client. So in the environment, it's compulsory all the resources, they have the same time. Otherwise, if the time is not synchronized, then you get the different type of the issues. Okay. So what we do, we set the NTP servers on our both ESXi hosts. So our NTP server is our domain controller that is running in our environment. So the domain controller is by default a NTP server. So we use the domain controller's IP on our ESXi host as a NTP server. Okay. So what I'm going to do, look, I select the ESXi 2. Go to the configuration. Inside the configuration, I scroll down and I select time and date. Time configuration in the system. Okay.
Okay.
Here you have some settings. So I'm going to add it with setting. Add it. So you are using the manual time configuration. So I'm going to configure the NTP clients. So use the network time protocol. Here, type your network server IP. So this is your network server IP 172.20.10.10. If you look in your lab manual, it's also saying the same. Your NTP server is 172.20.10.10. Okay. Then check mark this start the NTP service because it's stopped. So you need to start. And for this startup policy, select start and stop with host. Okay. When your ESXi host will start up, the service will automatically start. When ESXi server goes down, it's automatically stopped. Okay. Then click on OK. So look there now, NTP client is enabled and the NTP service status is running. Okay. Means your ESXi host server's time synchronized with your time server. Okay.
Okay.
So repeat the same configuration for your other host. So our other host is ESXi 1. So you do the same configuration, select, go to the configuration, go inside the system, select the time and configuration. It's also disabled and stopped, so edit. Use the network time protocol. This is your time server, start and stop with host. Okay. Okay. Now, so this is your fourth task. Fifth task is create a host and cluster folder. So we create a folder where we store our ESXi hosts. Okay. So what I do, I go to the host and cluster inventory view, right click on the data center and select a new folder. And in the list of the new folder, I select new host and cluster folder. And the name of this folder is lab server. Lab servers. Okay.
Yeah.
So look, there you have a lab server folder. Now we move our ESXi inside the lab server folder. Okay. So simply you can drag and drop. So your both servers are inside the lab server. Okay.
Okay.
Similarly, we create some folders for the machines and templates. So we create the virtual machine and template folder. So right click on the data center, new folder, select virtual machine and template folder. And the first folder for the virtual machine and template is lab VM. Lab VMs. Okay. Okay. So look, in this lab, we delete our Windows 10 empty machine and delete from the disk. Okay. And what we do, we move our Windows 10 and 10.1 and 10.2 inside the lab VM folder. So look here, we are not be able to see that VM lab folder, lab VMs. So lab VM folder will be visible in this VM and templates inventory view. Look, here is your lab and VMs. So what I'm going to do, first of all, I delete this Windows 10 empty, right click, delete from disk. So I scroll down. I need to zoom out. Give me a minute. Where is my browser? Right click, scroll down. So all the options are not showing. So I'm just full screen and a little bit zoom out. Okay. Now right click on Windows 10 empty. Sorry. What is this? Okay, click on the action button. Let's say a little bit more zoom out. Right click. So the second last option is delete from disk. Okay. Are you sure? Yes. So it's deleted from the inventory. If you select remove from the inventory, that machine will remove from the inventory, but it is still available in your data store. Okay. So you can re-register that machine in your inventory object. So we will discuss later how to unregister or register a machine in the inventory object. Now I'm going to move Windows 10 in the lab VMs and 10 to the lab VMs. Okay. Similarly, we create another folder for the lab templates. Okay. So right click, new folder, VM and templates, and the folder name is templates. Okay.
Okay.
So, but still we do not have any templates. Okay. So in the later labs, we create some templates and we drop here.
What is the purpose for templates? Like,
Yeah, basically using a template, you can create the multiple virtual machines within few minutes. You do not need to install the operating systems or things. Okay.
okay.
Now this is your 6th lab, the 7th lab for navigating your vSphere client. So what kind of the options are available there? Okay. How can you check? So here we navigate our ESXi 1. So let's go to host and cluster, select ESXi 1 and select the monitor. So here is some features like it's a hypervisor 6.7, model is this, processor, logical processors, NICs, virtual machines, status and time. Okay. Similarly, you can search, you can check your data stores here. Like if you want to check how many machines on this ESXi host, you select the VM tab. So virtual machines are there. If you want to check how many data stores on this host, so there is a single data store, class data store. You can check the capacity and available space. Okay. If you want to check the network, so you have a single network, VM network. 3 machines are connected with this network, and the 2 hosts have this network. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is our lab 2 complete. Complete your lab 2, then we will discuss next topic. Okay. Complete this one.
Sure.
So we start from task 4. So the next topic is about the permissions.
So we are going to discuss today or tomorrow?
No, tomorrow. We discuss tomorrow. Sorry, we discuss today. We discuss today this topic, permissions, role and permissions. Okay. So you can complete this lab within the 10 minutes. Okay.
Yep.
Complete your lab.
Sure. Task 4.
Close the door, Shashi.
An issue? It's going. Is it completed?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, Benjamin, it's completed?
Yeah. Right now I'm task 7.
Okay. I guess.
Yeah, I'm doing task 7.
Okay.
The task 7. No, not task 7. What I'm doing is, what is the page? I'm doing task 6.
Okay.
The task 6, do we need to create, see the 10th point, right? New folder to create a second virtual machine folder. What is the second virtual machine folder? Why we are creating second one?
Where
Because
on
we already moved both the VMs. We
on which
already
line?
moved both the VMs
On which line?
on line 10.
Right
Why
click.
are we creating the second one?
Yeah, we are creating a second folder for the templates.
Okay, what is the name of the folder I need to give? Anything is
Templates.
okay?
Templates. Look at the line number 11. Enter the name templates.
Oh,
We will use this folder later to store our
okay.
templates. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Got it. Okay. Okay, the lab VM folder you created in a VM, and then you can right click the lab VM folder and review. Yeah, click the host and then right click the lab VM, review that. Okay. Cool. Task 7. Here. Okay, then task 7 is just reviewing it.
Yeah.
Reviewing the summary.
Yeah, review the summary of your hosts. Okay. Benjamin, can we continue?
Yeah, task 7, as I was saying, is just reviews. So I'm just reviewing what the
Okay. So our next lab is about the roles. So for assign the permissions and role, we join our vCenter in the domain. Okay. So you need to reboot your vCenter server, and it will take 10 to 15 minutes. So first of all, what we do, we join our vCenter, then we will discuss the theory. Okay.
Yeah.
So what you need to do, you need to go in menu, select the administration, and in the administration, select the system configuration. Sorry. One second. Select the single sign-on configuration and select Active Directory domain. Here you can assign your Active Directory. So it is still not joined. So we need to join our vCenter server in the Active Directory. So I'm going to wait the system configuration. Inside the system configuration, select this one. One second. Yeah. Single sign-on configuration and join the AD here. Your node did not join any Active Directory, so you need to join the AD. So in the single sign-on, select the configuration, select the Active Directory domain, and click on the join AD. So here you need to provide some like values like your domain. So our domain is vclass dot local. Organization unit is optional, so I'm just skipping this one. Username. So username is administrator @ vclass dot local, and the password. It's same. And the reboot the node after to apply the change. Okay, join. So as a node class has joined the Active Directory successfully, reboot your node. Okay, acknowledge and go to host and cluster. Host and cluster. Select your right click on your as a node. There is any option to restart? No. Okay. Go to the summary. There is no options to restart. So in the action we have any option? Yeah. So there is no option. Okay. Let's start. Let's go again into the administration. Here, scroll down. System configuration. Node. Reboot the node. Inside the system configuration, select your vCenter server and reboot the node. Okay. And type the region.
What did you say? I didn't see any.
Reboots. So it will take few minutes, okay, to complete the restart. Do the same thing, then we discuss our theory.
Okay.
Okay. You need to do the lab number 3, task 1. Okay.
Yeah.
So your task 1 is join the vCenter server appliance to the vClass local domain. Okay. So look there,
Yeah.
unable to connect because it restarting. So perform this task 1 in lab number 3.
I don't understand. Right now, what should we do right now? We should connect what you did. We should continue with the task. I don't understand.
Yeah, basically for role and permissions, we need to join our vCenter server in Active Directory. We assign the Active Directory identity on your vCenter server, so you can assign the permissions on your domain users to access or manage your vCenter inventory. So why with that we need to install the vCenter, so we need to join your vCenter server in the AD. So it will take the 10 to 15 minutes to initiate the reboot. So we need to wait. So why we join this first, then we discuss the theory and perform our next lab. Okay. So complete the task 1, then we will discuss the theory about the roles and permissions. So go to the page number 19 and perform this task.
Only 19. Okay.
Yeah, on the 19. So look there, in the 19, it's use the vSphere web client. It's not use the vSphere client, it's use the vSphere web client. So you can follow this lab manual or you can use the same method that I have used.
Okay.
Okay. So do it first, then we discuss the theory.
Okay.
How the permissions and the roles will be assigned and how they work.
Naveen,
जी.
when I go to under system configuration,
Okay.
when I can see the system, I can see the vCenter, but I'm not finding that manage option.
Okay. Save
There is
screen.
no,
Save screen.
yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So it's for rebooting your systems. Go to the single sign-on configuration.
Yeah, single
Select the
sign-on, and
configuration.
then
Select the configuration. Select the Active Directory domain on the top.
okay, but
Click.
this is not there in the lab manual, right? This is not there in the lab
Yeah,
manual.
actually you are on vSphere client. You are not in the vSphere web client. Okay. So select the.
Oh, okay.
So both have some different options. So select the join AD.
Okay.
Your domain is vclass.local. And skip the organization unit and the username administrator at vclass.local.
Okay.
At the username, not here,
Okay.
on the username.
Yeah.
And password is same. So it's saying
Okay.
your node is joined the Active Directory, but you need to reboot your node. So select the system configuration inside the deployment. Select your node. Yeah. And press the reboot the node. Type the region to join AD or domain. Reboot. So it will take few minutes. Benjamin, you have done?
Yeah, I've done it. I followed the steps. The shadow show the reboot will take
It's
10 to
rebooting?
15 minutes.
Okay. So
for now I've not seen any robots.
so you have rebooted your system?
Yeah, I click reboot.
Okay. So it's
Because
rebooting.
I'm doing from
It's
the web
reboot.
client.
So if you try to access your vCenter, it's providing some error.
Come again, please.
Try to access your vCenter to the browser,
Okay.
you're getting some error like that, dislike or like.
Unable to connect.
Yeah, it's unable to connect or something else like the 503 error because your your vCenter is starting. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So now we discuss the roles and permissions. So my screen is visible?
Yep.
Okay. So in this lesson, we define a permission. What is a permission? Describe the rules for applying the permissions, creating the custom roles, and create a permission. Okay. So the access control system enable the vCenter administrator to define the privilege to access the objects in the inventory. You have some users. You want to define some different permissions. So you can use the access control system in vCenter server for the different users to provide a different permission or a different role. Okay. So basically, a permission model for vCenter system relies on assigning the permission to the object in the vSphere object hierarchy. So in the vCenter server, you can assign the permission to a particular object. Let's suppose you can assign the permission on whole vCenter, on a specific data center, or on a specific ESXi host, or on a specific virtual machine, or on any specific type of permission like read-only permissions to manage the permissions like that. Okay. So each permission give one user or a group a set of privilege, that is a role for the selected objects. So a permission provide a specific like a user can perform a specific action, but a role is a collection of set of privilege. Okay. So in a role you can define the different permissions. Let's suppose you want to make a role for the VM management. User can check the VMs, can reboot the VMs, can change the hardware settings. So it's a you make a role VM management and you assign those permissions inside that role. So each user, those are the member of that role, can use those permissions. Okay. So permission, an action that can be performed. A role is a set of privilege. A object is a target where action can be performed. And user or group, indication of who can perform the actions. So you can assign the permissions for the users or for the groups. Okay. So to adding the permissions to a vCenter inventory, simply right click on the inventory object where you want to assign the permission. Let's suppose you want to assign the permission on an ESXi host. So right click on your ESXi host and select the add permission. And after that, you can select a particular user or group and you can select the role of that user. Okay.
Okay.
So first select object, then select user or group, then select the role. So role are the group into the role. The privileges are grouped into a roles. So role allow the user to perform the tasks. A role group into the categories that be similar to the configurations. So there are some like administrators, can do everything, read only, no access, like no cryptography, administrator. So these are the roles. And on the right side there are the permissions. Okay. So you can define some specific permissions for a specific role. There are some default permissions and default roles also there. So you can so you can create some custom roles. And objects are entitled on which action has performed. So objects include the data centers, folders, resource pools, clusters, hosts, data store, network, and virtual machines. So on those objects you can assign the permissions and roles. So all the objects have a permission tab. So permission tab show which user or group and roles are associated with selected objects. Now about the global permissions. So in your vCenter server, you have a number of objects. So global permissions support assigning the privilege across the solution from a global root object. So you can assign the permission on entire hierarchy. So global permissions span the solutions such as vCenter server and the virtualized orchestra. So global permissions give a user or group privilege for all objects in the all objects hierarchy. So there is a hierarchy like global root objects. So inside that you have like your vCenter server instance, your data center folders, and data center. So if you provide the global root, you provide some privilege on the global root objects, so that user or group will be able to perform those specific actions on all these objects, like on the content library items, vCenters, data center folders, tag categories, and tags. So this is the hierarchy. So view the role and assignments. So you can select the uses and privilege using the role panels. So we will see it later. Applying the permissions. So there is a scenario. Let's suppose you have a data center with the name of training. Inside that you have two folders. One is the test and dev, one is the production. Inside that, on the training, you assign a permission on the GUG is read only. Okay. And on the product number 3, you assign the permission to the GUG as administrator. So on the all the objects inside your training, GUG can read those objects. But on the production 3 to VM, GUG perform the administrative activities. Okay. So like the like in normal Linux and Windows operating system, if explicit permissions override your inheritance permissions. So that training permission is inherited permissions on these lower level objects. But on the production 3.2 machine, the GUG have the explicit permission. So explicit permission always override your inherited permissions. There is another scenario, like on the training, you assign the permission on two groups, group 1 and group 2. So in the group 1, you assign the VM power on permissions. On the group 2, you assign the take the snapshot permissions. Okay. And there is the membership of the group, like in the group 1, GUG and Susan. And then in the group 2, GUG and Carla. So GUG in the both groups. Okay. So this user have the power on privilege and snapshot privilege. Okay. If any privilege are like conflicting, like you on a group you provide the allow permission, on another group you provide the deny permissions, a user are the member of the both groups, so that user get the lowest permission. Okay. So like there. On the group 1, on the training you provide the administrative privilege. On the group 2 production 3 you provide the read-only privilege. So the GUG is the member of the both groups. So GUG has the administrative privilege on the all objects excluding the production 3.1, because on the 3.1 group 2 have the read-only privilege. And GUG also member of the group 2. So on this VM, GUG get the read-only privilege, and on the other objects, the GUG get the administrative privilege. Like there is another scenario. On the training, you provide the permission on group 1, group 2 and GUG. So group 1 can power on, group 2 can take snapshot, GUG can read only. And GUG also member of the group 1 and group 2. So on all these permissions, read only is the lowest permission. So on the all the objects inside your training, GUG get only read only privilege. Okay. Now creating roles. So create a role that enable only the necessary tasks. For example, virtual machine creator or virtual machine monitor administrator. So monitor administrator can monitor the configurations and the utilizations. A monitor administrator cannot make the change. Okay. So can create some custom roles. So use the folders to contain the scope of the permissions. For example, assign the virtual machine creator role to the user Nancy and apply it to the finance folder. So you create a role, virtual machine creator, and you assign this role to the Nancy and apply on the finance folder. So on the finance, inside the finance folder, Nancy has the machine creator role. So inside the finance folder, Nancy can create the virtual machines. Okay. So basically, virtual machine creator role have the some permissions like allocation of space in the data center, assigning the network, assign the virtual machine to the resource pool, creating the virtual machine in the inventory, configure the virtual machines like adding the new disk, adding or removing some other devices. So these are the permissions on the virtual machine creator role. So role have the collections, role is a collections of permissions. So in the lab 3, first of all we join our vCenter server in AD. So we have already done this one. Then add the vClass local as the identity source. So still now we are working with your vSphere VMware directory service. Now we have a domain environment. We have AD environment. So we want to integrate our AD with vCenter, so our AD's user, our domain user, also be able to access your vCenter and can manage their resource. Okay, so integrate our AD with vCenter server. Then view the Active Directory users, assign the object permissions to the Active Directory users, assign the root level global permissions, then log in with the Windows session authentication, and the last Active Directory users to manage a virtual machine. Okay, so there are 7 tasks in the lab 3. So let us start. So first of all, I'm going to check my vCenter is properly started or not. So it is started. I'm going to log in. ADMINIS. Now we add our vclass.local directory service, our domain, as the identity source in vCenter server. So first of all, go to the menu, select administration, go to single sign-on, configuration, identity source. Okay. So look there is 2 identity source. One is the vSphere local and one is the local OS. We want to assign the vclass.local also as a identity source. So you can assign the permissions on your domain users. So click on add an identity source. And select from here Windows Active Directory, Windows Integrated Authentication. And provide your domain name. So our domain name is vclass.local. Then you can authenticate with using your machine account, or you can provide any service principal name. So I am going to use the machine account name because we have already joined our vCenter server in AD. Okay, add. So now look there, you have another identity source for the vclass.local. Now we view the Active Directory users. So select your user and group panel. This one. Let me full the screen. Okay, so there is some users like SSSD, EMEM, root, image builder. Okay, these are the local users. If you select vSphere.local, there is some vSphere local users like administrator, KVM. If you select the vclass.local, there is some student like these are some users. Okay, inside your vCenter server, you can also add the users. So we also have our administrator account here. Let's check. Here is your administrator account. So in the task 4, we assign the object permissions to an Active Directory user. Okay. So what we do, we go to Home, Host and Cluster. Right click on your vCenter object, vCenter node, and add the permission. So we are assigning the permission on your vCenter instance, so that particular user be able to access, perform the actions on your data centers, on your host, on your virtual machines. Okay. Now select the users. So our users, first of all, select the vclass.local, and here select your user. So our user is administrator. Okay, and the role. assign a role. So in the role, we select administrator role. Okay. So if you check the permissions on your vCenter server, here the permissions. So look there, your vClass.administrator has the administrative privilege on this object, but not in child objects. If you assign the same permissions on the child objects, you can add it and select propagate to the childs. The same permissions also be add on the childs, like on data centers on hosts. So if you check the permissions on the data center, look there, your vClass administrator also has the administrative role on this, and these permissions are defined on your vCenter node. Assign the root level global permissions. So if you want to assign the root level global permissions, you need to go the administrator, administration. In the access controls, like the global permissions. So look there, there is no vClass local administrator. So I want to assign. So select, click on add button. Select your users identity source vClass.local. Your username is administrator. And the role. So I want to assign the administrative role and propagate to the childs. Like that. If you want to create any specific role, you can create the role from the role panel. Like there are some custom roles like administrator, read only, no access, this. Okay. Virtual machine console user, power on virtual machine user. I want to create a role VM creator. So you can assign the permissions like virtual machine. Change the configuration. Okay. Create a new register, unregister, move, remove, guest operating systems, configure the CD media, configure the flow, so assign the interactions. For the provisioning, allow the disk access. For the service configurations, you can assign from here. Okay. Or you can assign all machine privilege. So like that you can create the roles. Okay.
Yep.
Next, role name is VM creator. You can also add the descriptions, finish. So you can find a new role here, VM creator. Here. Okay. Now let's try with AD user. So I'm going to log out. use the Windows session authentication. So on this desktop computer, we are logged in with which user? I think we are logged in with, one second. You are logged in with administrator, and this is your AD administrator. This is your V class administrator. Okay. So I am going to use the Windows session authentication. So you will be able to log in with your domain administrator because you have assigned the privilege on that. Okay. So this is your V class administrator, not your vSphere administrator. Let's try to convert a VM into the template. I want to convert this machine into a template. So you can right click and template, convert to a template. Can you able to convert? Yes, it's completed. Okay. So we have converted a machine into the template. So you can manage the machines. Okay. Can we deploy a machine from this template? So let's try. Right click, new VM from this template. The machine name is like Photon01. Where you want to store this machine inside the
Template.
lab VM. No, we are creating a machine using that template. So we want to store that machine inside the lab VM. Next, where you want to put this machine? So I want to allocate the resource from the ESXi one. So ESXi one. Validating successful. Next, storage. So class and select the thin provisioning. Okay. Next, it's ready. Let's try to finish. Now your domain user also be able to create the machines. Okay, so like that you can assign the permissions and the roles to the users. Okay.
Yep.
So complete this lab after the class. Okay.
Yep.
So next chapter is backup and restore your vCenter appliance. How can you backup? How can you restore your vCenter appliance? So create a vCenter appliance backup schedule and restore the backup. So first of all, you need to log in on your vCenter appliance management console using the FQDN of your vCenter and 5480 port number. Okay. After that, you can access your management console. Then you can create the backups and restore. So there are some things about the backup and the restore. So native vCenter server backup and restore offers some server features like remove the dependencies on third-party backup solutions, restore a vCenter server instance to the brand new appliance, support the backup and restore for the vCenter server appliance and platform service controller, support the protocol like HTTP, HTTPS, FTP, FTPS, and SCP to store your backup files. Also include the encryption and restore directly from the vCenter server appliance ISO image. So when we install our vCenter, we have 4 options: install, upgrade, manage, and restore. So using the restore, you can restore your backup. Okay. So methods for backup. So you can use the following methods to backup and restore your vCenter appliance. One is the file-based backup and restore. So use the vCenter server appliance management interface to create a file-based backup of the vCenter server appliance instance and platform service controller appliance. After you create the backup, you can restore it through the GUI installer of the appliance. And file-based backup and restore can be scheduled. You can also schedule your backups and restores. Image-based backup and restore. So use the third-party products to take the backup and restore the virtual machine that contain the vCenter server appliance, and platform service controller. And use the vSphere storage APIs like data protection is the data protection framework that enable the backup products to perform the centralized, efficient, off-host, LAN-free backup of your vSphere virtual machine. So there are different tools like VMnet. You can also use that tool to create the backups. It will be used for the image-based backup. So you can set up a file-based backup schedule to perform the periodic backup. You want to create the backups on a weekly basis or on a monthly basis. So you can schedule your backup. So the schedule can be set up with the information about the backup locations, recurrence, and retention of the backup. And you can set up only one schedule at a time. File-based restore for the virtual machine appliance. So you can use the vCenter appliance GUI installer to restore your vCenter server appliance to an ESXi host or vCenter server instance. So restore procedure occur in the stage like OVF file is deployed. First of all, you need to deploy your OVF file, which is included in your vCenter server appliance GUI installer. The newly deployed vCenter appliance is populated with data stored in the file-based backup. When you use the file-based backup restore method, reconciliation is automatically performed. So when you are installing your vCenter server, select the restore to restore a vCenter server from a backup. You can schedule the backup. So to schedule a backup, you can use those protocols to store your backup. You can encrypt your backup files, retention policy to keep all the backup, or a defined number of backups like daily, weekly, or custom schedules. Failed backup trigger and alarm in your vSphere client. If you schedule a backup and if your backup goes failed, it will generate an alarm in your vCenter client, in your vSphere client interface. So you can create the backups like that. You can check your previous backups and the locations of backups. Okay. So if you want to take a backup of your vCenter server appliance, first of all, you need to log in on your virtual appliance. So FQDN of your vCenter server is savcsa01.vclass.local. What happened? And then 5480 port number colon and then port number 5480 for the appliance management console. Enter. And to log in here, you need to use the appliance password. So appliance username and password. So username is root, and the password is that same VMware that you use at the time of deployment, vCenter deployment. Now we are inside the appliance management console. So from here, from the backup, you can take the backups, like backup now, or you can configure the backup. So if you schedule a backup, you can set the options like the location of your backup. So you can use HTTP, HTTPS, FTP, and FTPS, SCP protocols. Then if your storage server has some credentials, then you can use the username and password of your FTP or your target server where are you going to store your backup. Then schedule your backup. You want to take the daily basis backup or weekly basis or some custom backups. Let's suppose I want to take the backup on like Sunday and Thursday. Okay, set your time at which time you want to take the backup. So I want to take the backup at 11:99 p.m. Okay, at the midnight. And select your encryption password. Let's suppose you want to encrypt your backup, so you can set the password here. Then number of the backup to be retained. So retain all the backups. You can check which type of the, like if you want to take the backup of the logs or states, you can check mark this one. Okay. You can take the immediate backup. So backup now and fill those values. Or if you want to take image based backup, then you need to configure a third party backup application. And the seventh chapter is monitoring the vCenter appliance. How can you monitor your vCenter appliance? So recognize how to vCenter server logs and events, manage the vCenter server services, monitor your vCenter server appliance, and appliance for the services and disk uses and some other services failure. So from your vCenter console, you can check your inventory and other objects, like select your vCenter node, go to the monitor. Here you can check all issues, triggered alarms, your tasks and your events. In the health status. Okay. If you want to check the logs, you can also check all those things through the web console. So I'm going to log in with the web console. Web console provides the more features. So allow your flash player. It's already allowed. So select your instance, go to monitor. Here you can also check your system logs. You can select the log files from here, like vCenter server logs. Okay, you can export those logs by click on export logs. Okay. Can check your system logs. So there is about the log levels. So there is different types of logs. Like you can set the logs level to control the quantity and the type of information's log. So example, when you set the log level, when you troubleshooting the complex issues, set the log level to the verbose or triva. Okay. So troubleshooting and set it back to information. So to control the amount of the information being stored in the log files, like none, you have turned off your logging. If you select the error only, then display only error log entries. If you select the warning, so display the warning and error logs. If you select the information, so it should display the information logs, error logs, and warning logs. If you select web rows, display the informations, error, warnings, and web rows log entries. And in the driver, so driver provide the extended web rows, more detail about the things that are happening on your computer. Okay. What do you mean by the web rows?
To give more in-depth detail log.
Yeah, basically information is just tell that thing is happen. Okay. Web rows provide that thing happen using those steps, and the drivers provide more detail about that information. Okay. So informations, web rows, and driver provide the details of about the task, but the web rows provide the details that are details information, and the driver provide the more details informations. Okay. So you can set your logging by configure your instance like logging settings. Like if you want to set the logs, go to the configuration, and here you can set the logging level. Edit in the journal, log settings, and you can set here like web browser driver. Okay, none error warning. So if you select the driver, it's log your errors, your warnings, your informations, your web browse, and as well as the driver. If you select only warning, so just log your error and warnings. Okay. You can forward your vCenter logs to another host machines on your syslog servers. Okay. So if you want to configure your vCenter server to store the log, you want to store your vCenter logs on your syslog server, you can configure through the appliance management console, like on syslog. Configure your syslog here, like syslog server, protocol, and port number. You can check your health of database. So vCenter server check the status of database every 50 minutes. So by default, the database health warning trigger an alarm when the space used by the data center is reached at 80%. Okay, and the alarm changed from warning to error when the space is utilized by 95%. Okay, so you can monitor same things through the management console. Monitor here. Here's your CPU utilization on your appliance, your disk utilization. So these are the different disks for the different purpose. Look this. This one is disk 5. It's for the log purpose. So all the logs will store on this disk. Disk 6 used for the database. Disk 7 used for the database logs. You can check your network and you can check your database also. Okay. Managing the vCenter service. So you can manage your services. So need to go your web client or your vSphere client, select administration. So the deployment configuration. Sorry, deployment system configuration. Here you can select your node and services. So first of all, I'm going to log in with vSphere administrator. Basically, your vClass administrator has the privilege on the vCenter objects, not on the vCenter. Okay, vCenter other entities like on the services. So go to administrator, administration, deployment system configuration. You can check your node health like by select node and select your node from here. You can monitor your health. So critical service is 0, warning 1 service is unknown 0. Good is 22 services. Okay, you can monitor in detail like networking storage information. You can also manage. If you want to check the services, you select the service. So here is the service status. Okay, so here is the good status. We have a services that are generating the warning. One service is generating the warning. So which one? Let's select check. vCenter server service is generating some health issue. Performance statistics roll with the past of okay. So like that you can check the health status of your vCenter and vCenter server services. You can monitor your vCenter appliance like CPU utilization, disk utilization, network utilization using the vSphere vCenter server appliance management interface. You can also check your services that are running on your vCenter. You can stop, start, restart all these services. Okay. You can manage your firewall, networking from here. vSphere alarm for detecting the resource exhaustion and service failure. So if any service goes fail or and resource are utilized more than threshold, so vCenter server generate an alarm. So you can check your alarms in the vCenter server here. Go to home, host and cluster, and here you can check the alarms. Okay, all issues. You can check your task here. Like check the notification, clone a virtual machine. Recently, we cloned a Photon virtual machine from the Photon 4 template. So if you look there, a clone virtual machine, target is Photon template, status is completed, initiator is vClass administrator, and here is the time. Okay. You can check the events here. Like there is a information level event. At this time, use this VPXG extension, and the description is here. vSphere local this login time this. So like that you can check the tasks and events. You can also check the scheduled task from the monitoring tab. Monthly patch for the vCenter server appliance. So VMware provide the monthly security patch for your vCenter appliance. So critical vulnerability patches are delivered on the monthly release cycle. Important and low-level vulnerability are delivered within the next available vCenter server patch or update. If a vCenter server patch or updates occur in the same time period as monthly security patch, the mostly security patch is rolled into the vCenter server patch or update. So this is the overview of your. So this is our fourth lesson vCenter. Okay. So complete your lab, complete your assessment on demand content. Okay. And tomorrow we will start the virtual networking.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So before tomorrow class, complete your labs and assessment of
Concerning the,
chapter 4.
remember that 3 pages, if I'm not mistaken.
So what are you saying, Benjamin?
I said concerning the lab, the menu that we were looking at it to configure the virtual machines. I saw that we skip about 3 pages to go to page 19, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you can
If
skip
can
the.
go back to that place.
Yeah, you can skip the page, but you need to configure all the labs. In the next labs, you need some machines, some configurations that we configure in our previous labs.
Okay.
Okay, so complete all the labs step by steps.
Okay.
Otherwise, in the next lab, you get issues. Like for the vMotion, we need to like shared storage, and in the 6th chapter, we configure the shared storage. So when you do the vMotion, if you skip your storage lab, then you not be able to do the vMotion lab. Okay.
Okay.
So do not skip any lab and complete your own demand content as well. So today we discuss 4th module. So one time review all the videos and complete that assessment. Okay.
Okay.
If you failed in the assessment, you can retake again. Okay.
Okay.
On the on-demand assessment, actually on the portal you have to you have a final assessment also. So the final assessment will be done after the class, after the completion of this training program. Okay.
Oh.
So tomorrow complete your module 4 assessment. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So done for today. If you have any query, Magesh.
No, Naveen.
Okay. Okay.
In case in lab or anything, if I have doubt, I'll call you.
Okay. I will share. I will share the recording on the WhatsApp. Okay. I will share the recording link on the WhatsApp group.
Yeah, better share the recording.
Okay.
I think in case if you're stuck, recording will help us.
Okay.
So just email us. Better, can you email us the link? I think you have our email ID. You can better email us the link. So anyway, we'll be opening in the laptop, not in mobile.
You can you can log in your WhatsApp on your laptop.
Yeah, that's what. So yeah.
Okay, I will mail you.
Can you?
I will ping your mail address on the WhatsApp group. Okay.
Yeah. Where is the chat window?
Send on the WhatsApp.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're on the link. If you send it on the email, I think it will be much better.
Okay, so send your email addresses on our chat, on our WhatsApp group. So I will share the link on the email to the mail. Okay. Okay. Bye bye. Take care.
Thank you, Naveen. Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome.